Okay. Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Sounds okay to me. A little bit echoey as usual, but that's the office I'm in and the microphone we're using and not putting it proper sound paneling. Welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy. We're building a game with no game engine. It is feature complete. Everything we want is in there. What we're doing now is replacing the crappy programmer art we threw in, oh gosh, months and months ago, almost 4 months ago, just as a placeholder. And we're replacing it with what I'm calling mediocre programmer art, which basically means we've laid out the art in the perspective and locations we want, so we know exactly pixel perfect how to lay everything out. Any art we replace for our final art will meet those lines and outlines. So that's what we're doing today. Once we have that done, and as we go through that, I think we are going to be updating our layout, our animations, and making the whole experience a little bit more smooth and coherent. That's the goal for this week. Today, we'll pick up where we left off. So, let's bring up ye old journal. We laid out the notebooks, and this is where we were. Right here. Um, oh, sorry. Oh. We recently added notebooks where before we were just clicking on text elements. So we have to replace that functionality. We've got the bookshelf and the books in. We do need to start animating those things and the scene transitions. So we'll just pick up with those items we didn't finish yesterday and carry on today. So, animate note books with level change. So there's those. Lay the notebooks out on the table and render them. Okay, bookshelf. Just get some of this stuff put in. And some scene transition animations. Okay, so we're basically taking all the things we dreamed up yesterday and we're picking up where we left off today. That's my plan. So, get a beverage of choice ready for the day and dig in where we left off. I'm gonna light some incense. I like the smell. I've got a right. Incense is lit. I've got an apple flavored one that smells pretty good, and I've got a cinnamon flavored one, so it's very fall themed around here. Yeah, I just like the smell of incense burning while I work if I can get it, or if I can get a decent flavor. And then I always drink my mate, so yerba mate. It's a drink popular in Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, parts of Brazil. It's basically ground up bush. They pour hot water over it. Before this summer, I always had an awful lot of sweet things with it, but lately it's been gum, which is a little bit sad, but trying to undo years and years of developer body damage, so let's get some gum going. And mate ready. We'll make notebooks clickable. Or more clickable. We'll go over that in a minute. I'm going to add a note to my code to keep track of things. We're in a little bit of a rush at the end of last stream. Okay, I think I'm all dialed in, ready to go. So where we were. It's in notebook. And ask the question, is this XY coordinate, so this mouse press event location, inside the rectangle specified by top left corner, width, and height? And this is x0, y1. And what I didn't do was put in a good picture of what these all mean. So let's do that. In this case, a book looks something like this. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. There, it might look something like that. And what we just did was we took this coordinate here, which is x0, y1. So x0 is this corner here. Oops, what? Let's see, it's x0. Instead of y1, we're at y0. So that's these two corners. And then we know the front face, width, and height. So that gives us our rectangle. So x0, y1 was this point. We know the width and the height. But we do need these points to do the rest of this check. So let's figure out what these points are. So this one is at y3 and x1. It's all pretty arbitrary at this point, which is which. The x is out the full width of the image, so that's x3, and our height is still y3. This point is also x3, and our y is y2. And that leaves us with, oops. This one, which is x plus the width, so that's x2. And y0. And I guess that leaves us also with this one, which is also x2. Oh, let's line them up. Line them up. Y1. but this one needs to move up. There we go. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. Specified these 8 values. Just for visualization. So what we're doing is we're checking if this mouse press event, we take the inverse of our world transform. So we take, instead of going from our rectangle to the screen, we're going from the screen inverse, means we go from the screen to the world coordinates of our event X and Y. We do have to flip the Y twice, one for the coordinate flip and one for the axis flip in the viewport. There we go. So this is not an accident, these two negatives. And what we're doing is we're checking to see if a mouse click, left click, is inside the book. So we check the front face. That's just a rectangular check. But these two are going to be trickier. We're going to have to check this triangle and this triangle. So we're going to just map is point in triangle x, y. But we don't know what the triangles are. It's x0, y1. It's x2, y1. And it's x1, y3. Or it's this other one, x1, y3, x3, y3, and x2, y1. In theory, that should give us this entire top cover as a clickable area. Now we got to do this side panel here. Which will be 2 more triangles. Now, one of the nice things is this rectangle check is very cheap and easy. These two cover an awful lot of the area we actually care about. So if we do click on the book, it's going to tend to work pretty fast. We do have to do 2 more triangle checks potentially here on this edge just for the corner case, but it's only on a mouse click, and the human input rate is not that fast, so it's not going to bog down our system at all. So it's x3, y3, x3, y2. So that's this corner to this corner to, let's go to this one, which is x2, y0. x2, y0. Or x2, y0 to x2, y1 back to x3, y3. There we go. In theory, that pretty much is it. In theory. Part of me wants to lay things out just a little bit differently for readability. I don't know if that's clearer, which point goes to which corner. Anyway, at least we have a note now, which corner goes where, which makes this make sense. Which, we can remove that note. Everything we're going to do will happen in here. So let's do, real quick, bool result equals false. And for now, result equals true, return result. So in the worst case, it's going to run, actually, that's a good question. That is Boolean result, thank you. We could potentially cheat. So another thing we have is this entire book fits inside of a rectangle. So we can do a rectangle check there. And while we know that this triangle here and this triangle here are excluded, we could do a single rectangular check minus these two triangles. So that's another option. So let's just is point in front face, top face, or right face. But yeah, another way we could do this, if math is point in the rectangle, do I have the raw R? Yep, good. R dot X, R dot Y, R dot W, R dot H. And not in triangle. And not in the other triangle. This is an alternative way of thinking about the problem. Sometimes you care about, are we within this area, or we could say not in an area. So this triangle is we want to go from x0, y1 to x0, y3, and then x1, y3. So in other words, it can't be in this triangle here. And then the lower one, similar sort of song and dance, x2, y0, x3, y0, x3, y2. Uh-oh, my desk is beeping at me. Why is that? I don't know. Okay. So we can test both of them. I would like to always see an A-B pair. If not result, let's just do a quick little log here. Not clicked. Okay. So we should see some pretty expected, predictable outputs. We're just using a simple dot product test for point in triangle. Okay. Play. So this is notebook 1. And we're going to not click on it. They're all 4 not clicked. Not clicked. Okay, So let's click on the blue one on the front face. We got A and B, and nothing after that because we registered them with the mouse event handler. When this one returns true, the handler says, "Oh, this event's been handled. I don't have to do all the others." So let's do the top face, the right face, and I know this little gap here should register okay as well. Okay. Nothing clicked. Green, so when I hit green, notebook 0 says I was not clicked. But notebook 1 is, and we've proved that geometrically testing the whole volume minus 2 triangles is the same as measuring the 4 quadrilaterals, checking them. So that all seems to be working. Orange front face, top face, side face, front, top, side. So you'll see that 0, 1, and 2 all had to be checked before 3 would fire. Okay. So that all is behaving exactly as I would expect. We just have to pick which one. This one will short circuit faster. Odds are people are going to click on the top face, which means worst case we get a rectangle and 2 triangle checks before it short circuits on the or we have a guaranteed. If we're close to the book, we then have to do potentially both of those. Is point in bounding rectangle and not in the corner triangles where the book is not. Geometrically, you can take the positive space or the negative space, up to you. Let's keep this version here. I do like having both of them here just as a note to myself. We do not need this. We don't need that. Okay, so we can click on the book and it's got good detection of the mouse, so that's good. If m_, what did I call it? Callback? Handler, m_ click handler. It's not equal to null. Well, that's an unfortunate layout decision. They're wonderful. Okay. In that case, points on the book. Okay. In this case, our click handler does want a point index, I think. Oh, it wants 2 things. We want to know, was it a left or a right click? And we want to know which index of notebook did we click? Okay. So mouse press event. Button code. Mouse button. Okay. If the button equals input, mouse button, left, button equals input, mouse button, right. Okay. So the click handler needs button equals m underscore input mouse button left. So we'll just say left is true. It's arbitrary, it doesn't matter. And then we return our index. Okay, I think that's it. They threw a bop across the room and hit me right under the right, so I'm trying to do Meredith. All right. All right, so a click handler needs true, false, and an int. We could pass the input mouse button itself. That might be more readable. Or we decide how to handle it on the other side. Okay.
Open the door.
All right. Now, we do have our copy deduction space, show deduction space. Handle notebook call. Input mouse button, and it needs a index. Show deduction space. Okay. Assert button equals input mouse button left or right. Insert 0. And we only have 4 deduction spaces, so less than 4. We can do less than or equal to 3. Either one is the same. Okay. We make all those insertions, then button equals input mouse button left show deduction space index. Except I don't think that's quite right. It's okay. Otherwise, copy deduction space. From the open notebook into the current one. Okay. That's what we want. Copy or show. Perfect. But we call back. This is what we actually want. And that one. There we go. That puts it into the input queue and properly records it. Which, in theory, means we can start removing those 4. Let's look for this one. In theory, these do not need to be rendered anymore, and neither do these. We no longer need to show or copy based on that input. We need to initialize these. We'll set their color. We do animate notebooks. Animate notebooks. Actually, as I think about this, some of these I don't want to remove just yet. These ones I can. These ones I can. These ones I kind of don't want to do. Indicate which notebook is active. So we were using a text color before. We do animate notebook. You know what? Let's just do this. Okay, so it is called notebooks. That's our layout. Oh, that's not what we're looking for anyways. Shoot. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Same thing, but M underscore notebooks. This is on finishing a level, so we can replace this with just M underscore notebooks. All right. M underscore notebooks. Oh. We might need 2 pings. Let's add that to our to-do list. Gameplay playback needs 2 ping colors. Left, right, right. Okay. Yes, we do. Okay. This is the layout, which doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Okay. Let's see if we clean that all up correctly. There should be no references to that at all. And none to that one. Delete those. We should be good to test. The noob notebook should behave just like the old ones in most regards, which I think is kind of cool. Ooh. Okay, nothing there worries me. Notebook does not know about input. That should be easy to fix. Okay. No notebooks. So we moved them once. They did not fall down. Well, shoot. I can't test if they ain't on the screen. Um, 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 um. Okay, so first time through, we put all the notebooks way up high. The notebooks need to move down just like everybody else. Hmm. So I'm moving the notebooks up. You should move them down. Hmm. I think this first time thing is going to go away eventually. Not yet. Okay. We're going to see where this notebook is moving to and from. Oh, wow. I don't think I put in all of the arguments that I need. And instead of crashing or telling me what the problem was, it just let me do it. So that's always fun. Okay, so I'm loading into a level. All the books moved up a lot. 1440, roughly. Yeah. And then for some reason they moved to 00 during the course of that animation. Huh. This is the drop animation. Zero to 4, notebook 0 moved by some tiny amount. Ouch. Okay. And yeah, by the time we get here, it's at 0, 0. I feel like I'm missing something. Because this seems to work. I get the X, I get the Y. Move it somehow. The X and the Y, and that makes sense. Why? Why is this animation ending up at 0, 0? We do a move by, and this is working for everything else. Just moves down by some delta value every frame. Huh. Not sure what's going on here. So what? What if we do this and this? Well, this animation should not be rocket science here. Lifts them up and drops them down. Just leave them where they are. There they are. Right where they started. Oh. 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 Overall, I suspect this should work. Those numbers look correct. But where is it? Move from here up, then from here back down. As far as I can tell, the same spot within 1,000th of a pixel. If that's the case, where are they? Huh. Huh. Very bizarre. Those positions sort of indicate that it's where it should be. Move the notebooks to last. Maybe there's an ordering problem. I don't think there is. I don't know how it could be. We'll clean and debug then. This is one of those stupid compiler bugs, where a fragment of code is just never actually compiled in unless you put log statements on either side of it or something. Really don't like those. I waste way too much time trying to track them down, but all the values look correct here. So right now that is the direction I'm leaning towards. This should have been the easy part. Okay. Nope, still done. Why? These positions are right. Moved up 1440. and down 1440. So where are my notebooks? Can't think of a reason why I don't know what's going on here. Is it visible or not? Enabled, question mark. Yes, no. Um, why would it not render? Position looks right. One oh three five. Ugh. Okay. Public can print out some information. Maybe it's not translated appropriately with the parent, which it should. We've tested this before. Yeah, that is less helpful, but it's also sort of okay. Um, Not registering any mouse click events. This table is rendering behind the bookshelf? Oh, yikes. We had the table rendering on top of the bookshelf. Oh, what? Interesting. The table. There's after the bookshelf. There we go. But here they are. Oh, and we haven't registered those callbacks, so let's do that. Set callback to uh, capture this. It takes input mouse button and an index. Auto F. This will call handle notebook callback. Button and index. All four notebooks can point to the same handler. It's fine. Okay, click. Book, what's it called? Set. Oops. Set callback. Oh. Still, semicolon at the end would probably help. Oh, okay. So, why it died? Well, that's interesting. Set book index. We store that. We did assert this between 0 and 4. We do return that index. When we handle the mouse press event, give it our index. $14.61. Oh, less than 4. Easy bug. Okay. So we click this thing, nothing should happen. We click, well, it'd be easier to see. There we go. Now we can copy. So orange has the AHO, yellow has those. Okay, so that's all working. I really thought this would be easy and just done. Not sure why it's not working. So we'll take a look at that. Notebook is active. Okay. Notebooks now handle show copy events using left, right click respectively. With a short stab at animating the books to fall like everything else, but it wasn't working. Currently disabled. There we go. All right, so that brings us back to that animation. Why does that animation not work? Next level. The numbers I get are correct. Animation to drop. Then print where we ended up at. And if it's enabled. The question is, why don't they render? Why don't the notebooks render when we snap it over the screen and try to drop it on? That's the only difference between these two pieces of code. One of which runs and renders them correctly in the location. One of which does not. Oh, oh goodness. Okay. Where is it? It should fall in with the rest of this stuff. Why? Oh, let's not do that. Let's go sprint. Everything goes up. Things came down, but we're not super impressed with that anyways. So let's not do this on oof. Okay. Let's do that. Finish level. Alright, we're gonna try this. Instead of starting with above the screen and dropping it, we're gonna leave it where it is, but then the level transition should raise it and fail to drop it. So that might be an indicator. So there's notebooks, as we said. Toads. Cheat. Notebooks did not go up. They didn't move at all. Everything else did. Notebooks. Moved by some amount. We're going to play this animation, then do nothing until we wait until it's done. Alright, subsequence point to set on end. When the sound stops playing, it should print out the new locations for the notebooks from raising them up. Or from... Sure. This has to do with some bizarre thing. I absolutely have to log in a certain line. I'm not going to be happy. Okay, so it says we moved from here, where we know they rendered fine, to here off the screen, fine. Then over the animation, it should have dropped them back to the location where they started, which, sure, within a thousandth of a pixel. And now they've moved up off the screen, and then back down onto the screen. So all these numbers say they should be here. We're not flipping the visible flag. Move by. So what's going on here? Try that. Something weird is happening. The local transform is dirty, as is the world transform, which is fine. Books did not show. The positions all look correct. Yep. Down. Notebook. Quad. Render. Take the view projection matrix times our world transform. If our world transform is dirty, we rebuild our world transform. To do that, we say get our parent's world transform and multiply by our local transform. If we don't have a parent, then it's just our local transform. If I ask for this, it says, are we dirty? Here's our local transform. We spent way too much time on this, so we know it works. Texture quad. Find our texture. View projection matrix times our world transform. It is drawing in the right place because we can see it on the table. Unless we do move by. Set world transform dirty. We say yes, we're dirty, and all of our children are dirty. The positions are correct. We're going to start printing out correct. Where did Where'd those notebooks go? These numbers look right. Okay. How do I do this? Let's do that. And just hard snap it back onto the desk. Where delta value is negative that. Yeah. Boom. Huh. Why? Why, oh, why? Oh. This should be the easy part. This should just work. Um, um, or Alright, let's start a notebook. Let's just add a nice little convenience function, void, log, whatever we want. All right, we're gonna get your raw rectangle x and y, then contains or whatever. I'm gonna turn it into a vector. So we're gonna get the world transform, flip it. We're not gonna change the mouse coordinates. We do not have to do inverse. X and Y. Notebook. Screen position is something. We'll take our index, we'll take our X and our Y. Then in game scene, no, we want underscore text raw rectangle. And underscore text dot world transform. Okay, pre-moving blah blah blah. Notebooks sub index dot log. Animation to drop. We're not doing this, it didn't make any difference. This visible isn't helpful, it's always visible. That is therefore useless. Finish the level. What is the computed screen location? Oh, world transforms, that's true. This is not const, because we can update our world transform as needed. Oh. All right. Those are still screen coordinates On the screen. Oh, that is negative. Well, that's the negative thing. It might be fine. Unless it's not. Ultimately, the x coordinates are all correct. We do the double negative thing. Oh, interesting. So where we say we've moved to this position, this one thinks we haven't. Why is that? Okay, now we're getting to the heart of the problem. Sort of. We're sort of getting to the heart of the problem. This move action actually moved it. This move action did not. Why? So let's just continue to draw them above the screen, despite the fact that its parent object has clearly updated its position. Okay, well, we can do okay. Target 1. Target 2. Input screen position and the texture screen position are the same until they desync somewhere. Why are they desynced? Every time I call move by, notebook and game scene. This is the notebook object being moved by Move this object and tell all of our children that they need to update as well. For every child that's not null, tell it needs to ask for a new world transform. Hmm. This is one of those stupid compiler bugs. I'm going to be ticked. Okay. How can I prove it's this compiler debug problem? That's what it feels like. Feels like this line is not doing what we expect. So game scene 566. Breakpoint. Game scene line 566. There's source. Good. Run. All right. Print delta value is 0. Let's step into that. So it's making sure that D and Y are not 0. And it just jumps out, basically. All right, so we step out. We can just continue. Continue. Okay, now delta value is huge. What happened to delta value? This time. So that's not a very helpful sort of breakpoint. Shoot. This is the first time through we don't have a delta value. First frame of an animation is the start frame. So if delta value is greater than 0.25, Just put a little print statement where we can briefly pause one time. $568, no. $567. Ah, 67. That might be more than that now. 568. $568. Play. Okay, now our print delta value. Now what we want is 567. Oh. Yeah, that's not a break there, is it? Oh, okay. Our delta value is 441. Okay. Next. Step into, oh, step, not step into. Okay. And then we have the transform rectangle.x. And we have the dx, which is that, what? Print dx? Oh, dy. Okay, so next. Dy. Okay, so we have positive. Print. This value should be false until now. It's true. Set world transform dirty. If we're stepping into that, is world transform dirty is false. And now it is true. Our index, if children at index is not equal to 0, what? It didn't hit a single child. Notebook has its own parent. The texture has this as a parent. I take the affine of the parent. Parent is parent, but we're never added to the parent. Oh, set parent. I guess we say if our parent's not null, we remove the child. We set our new parent, and if the parent's not null, and underscore parent, add child. It was parent add child. M underscore child set parent. I think set parent should never be called directly. I think you just add child. If parent not equal to null, parent add child. This. Does that work correct? Possibly. Cannot. Okay. There we go. Sort of. Okay. Here goes away, and then we gotta go fix the bookshelf. Alright, we're gonna go fix the bookshelf. Again. Now the books bounce in. The bookshelf needs work. So where do we put that? We put that in a fine. So that actually fixes quite a lot there. Then what we need is a bookshelf. Note. We don't need to set parent. I think Oh, no. No, no. That's worse. Oh. Those didn't get their parents set. Rather, we need to reverse it. Add child plus index. Okay, okay. Heyo. Thank you for the follow, Mr. McGoodle. Always happy to have you along for the journey. And hopefully, oops, let's go to add. Hopefully this just works. It did not. What happened to the bookshelf? Let's do a full clean and build. Yeah, so I just code stream of consciousness talking until somebody asks a question in the chat. So if you have any questions or want to talk about anything, let me know. And I'm happy to address just about any topic. Haven't hit one I didn't address, at least in part. You don't always get the most thoughtful and careful prepared messages that way, but you get my general gist usually. We're just building a game from scratch, which means we have to deal with all the warts and things that we did wrong. We've got a long text document of things we need to update and fix between games. We do fix what we have to, but you also got to deliver something, so. So you're seeing that in action. The parent-child relationship between objects was not very well done first time around, but we refine it as we go, which is how code usually works. Usually you just refine what you have until it works. Okay, something's wrong with the bookshelf. We're going to figure that out after a brief restroom break. So just hang in there for a minute and I'll be right back. Okay. So, a couple of thoughts. One, right now we have a hard-coded fixed number of children, and the bookshelf is 100% going to blow that up. 1, 2, 3, 4. When we add a child, oh, I would expect this to happen. Yep, there it is. That's our problem with the bookshelf. Easy. Now we can fix it. Okay, when we instantiate an affine object, we can pass in a parent. Max children equals 0. And that's how we're going to do this. And underscore max children. It's no longer a constant. So that comes in after scale transforms before tooltips. Just to make it not dynamic exactly, but more flexible than what we've got. We have underscore max children equals 0. Actually, children equals we'll just default to a null pointer. If maximum children is greater than 0, children equals a new affine array of underscore max children. If underscore max children is not equal to null, we do have to delete it. That pretty much does it. I think everything else should just work as it is. So bookshelf. Well, let's look at some of the things. Button. Text and text for quads. So we need to have 2 children. Text edit needs a text object, a color quad, and a cursor. So I think that's 3 children. The int spin box. Similar sort of thing. It has a text edit and 2 buttons. So it needs 3 children. Hopefully this is making sense. The notebook has 1 child, and the bookshelf needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 plus 10, 16, 16 plus the number of shelves. Shelf count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 plus shelf count plus bookshelf book set count. All right, we'll try that out. Oh, of course, everything's unhappy with me. Let's see why. Oops, wrong line. Because of that, there's one. Oops. Children is not known. Oof. For proper cleanup, I guess. File. Didn't have to clean anything this time. We should have a small handful of issues remaining. Child at index. If the child exists. Oh no. Okay, no. I know what we're doing. I'm gonna pointer to pointer. A new affine pointer array. Because we do want to be able to have null children. Find a match we can break. Let's see. We want an array. Oops. Does need to be a pointer. Otherwise, it's looking better. Good. So yeah, basically by definition, an affine object, if it doesn't have children, we'll just not allocate an array. It'll just have a null and a 0. If you do set a number of children, then they will be an array of pointers, and they will default to null unless you set it, unless you add a child. It will warn you if you run out of children. If you remove a child, that slot does become open and available though, so we can still do dynamic parent-child things if we want later. We don't want to preclude that option right now. Although everything we have right now has a fixed number of children. so far. Oh, what's the actual error? Oh, we did that. Okay, compile. And we should be good to go. In theory. Okay, that did not work. Zero children supported. Huh. Okay, well, let's do this. Who's the children supported? 275. GDB breakpoint in a find.cpp at line 275. Directory is source, run it. Okay, so somebody is, oh, text. Text needs a child. Does it? Set parent. Add child. Text at line 43. So that doesn't make any sense. But tooltip, I think, makes sense. I think it's slightly lying to me. This one needs 2 children. Somebody can come in here, quit. The tooltip's what's breaking me. Okay, I forgot we had tooltip as a compounded component. Okay, now magically everything should work, so we don't even need to run the debugger. Oh, it still sucks. Okay. Let's get the debugger back in. Put that breakpoint back in. And run it. Okay, backtrace. Button. Printtime underscore max children 0. Button 68. Oh, there's multiple constructors. Oh, it's same with text. Well, that doesn't matter. It doesn't need any. Compile this. There are multiple constructors. Ugh. There are times when Hey, there we go. And now when we hit play, the bookcase is correct. The books flew in, they fly up, and they fly down. Perfect. So the books are now animated. Hallelujah. But that was a bit of a mess. So we need to document that, and we need to clean up all this other junk. So notebook is not needed for log anymore. That can all go away. And what else needs to go away? In game scene, notebook. What's the okay? So here, that goes away. As well as this. Do a full clean and debug, just make sure we got it all. Make sure it runs, document what we did. Ugh. I knew I would get bit by that fixed number of children eventually. So we move up to basically when I design something, my ideal is there's a fixed number and it just is enough. If it's not, then this is my tier 2 option is on construction, you tell me how many you need. And so far, all of our objects right now are very static, so we know exactly how many we need. We can still declare, hey, I need 20, and swap in and out 10 or 15 and have room for expansion, that kind of thing. But the last resort is I need some dynamic memory thing. Okay. Of course, that also means that my compiler failed me. There are things that it should not have allowed to happen there. All right. Pop. We can copy that into these 3. Yellow will have these 3. LMN for orange and RSTU. Boom, boom, boom. Clear, back to 1. Copy it over to 2. Okay, I think we're good. Boom, all right. So we need to document this before we save our work. Okay. Notebooks now have animation like the old text placeholders did. Toddlers. However, the set parent was not fit for purpose and has been made protected. Better method is to call add child, which calls set parent at the right point. The applying constructor now does this. We then ran into Max children issues with the bookshelf. Now an applying constructor call can set a number of children to allocate. Default is 0. Affected components, compound components have been updated. All were a static number of children expected. Boom. I think that's reasonable. Notebooks animated. Applying parent child relations clarified, affected, dynamic, more dynamic, child count allowed, affected, components updated accordingly. Boom, done. Phew, okay, that was a bit of a digression there from where we wanted to be. We do want to indicate which notebook is the active one. I have a couple of ideas, but I don't know if I like any of them. Okay, so let's talk about the options here. Let's go to Scratch. Which notebook is active? We can place a pen on the active notebook. We can have a colored chalk drawing on the board that matches the color of notebook. We could have an open, closed notebook image. Okay, a pen on the active notebook might not be the most noticeable thing in the world. Colored chalk drawing on the board that matches the color of the notebook. The reason I'm okay with using colors for the letter states is because we allow you to configure that in settings. If you're colorblind, you can't do like red blue or red green or something. You can pick your own colors. So if you're colorblind and you can't distinguish between the color of the notebook as drawn on the chalkboard, that's not great. The pen might not be all that noticeable. The open closed notebook image versions would be the most work though. Real Xenomorph, huh? Well, welcome to the stream. How is it going? Thanks for following. Always appreciate new viewers. We're building a game from scratch with minimal dependencies. We've got 4 dependencies. And we're in the polishing phase. Like the game is completely playable. Well, I mean, not right now. We've kind of gutted it. It's completely playable. We've got all the features working. What we're doing right now is updating from crappy programmer art to mediocre programmer art, by which I mean this new art is laid out pixel perfect with what the final art will be. So we're going to do our final layout, our final animations, and the new art should just slot right in because we've actually laid things out a little bit more carefully than the crappy programmer art. So we had before just text on the table, like a number 1, that indicated which notebook of notes you were working out of. And we can now switch let's see, let's go in here. So you can mark letters as yes, probably in the yes in the answer, or definitely not in the answer, right? And you can now switch between these notebooks to keep track of your notes, right? Or copy. So we can right click on the orange one, it copies from the 0th one to the blue one to the orange one. So now these are both the same, and the green one is different, right? But I need to indicate which notebook is the active one. So we could put a pen on it. We could put like a little colored notebook here. Or the notebook itself needs to be able to change states. That's what we were debating internally. So if you have any opinions, that's great. Doing well? Hope you're doing well too. Thanks. I am doing well. I'm enjoying myself. I'm having fun. The polish phase can be a little bit. Well, it's like I always say. We're 40% of the way done with the project, or we're 90% of the way done with the project. All that remains now is the last 90%. So like we've got to feature complete. Everything's working. I know we've got to do the polishing, which always takes longer than you think. Always, always. But usually it's not because of technical limitations at this point, if you're careful. It's usually due to we got to line things up, we got to make the animations look good, we got to upgrade the art, and all of those have their tweaks and changes as you go, which you got to be a little bit more careful with because everything was feature complete. So we are doing great. How are you doing? What's your story? What are you doing here? Software developer, game developer? I'm always interested in projects other people are working on. We've got a fella in the chat named Pat who always does AI generated stuff. Kind of interesting. He sent me some code. Anyways, Monday through Thursday, we work on game development with minimal dependencies, no game engine. And on Fridays, we do compilers from scratch. No dependencies, just what's in the standard library. We're still in the tokenizer generator. We're going to spend a good amount of time there. Yeah, there's the general rules. I code stream of consciousness until somebody pokes in the chat. Then I'll answer or talk about any topic that comes up. Haven't turned one down yet. So, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. So I'm thinking ideally, this is the best option to show which notebook is being used. That means I have to generate more art. Or, well, yeah, I'm not sure how I want to do that. I can do that. Should I do it? We can even have both the pen and the notebook change. Maybe we could do both. Do both? Do both. Interesting. Okay, so one of the things you'll find on my stream is I am not artistic. I tend to try to solve art problems with math. So I think you're gonna see that just today. I think we're gonna do this. This opens the path for a sprite animation that I want to do anyways. I'm gonna do that. Open book version of image. I think I also want a pen that moves between notebooks. It gives a nice like the pen will move, the book will close, that one will open. It'll make a nice coordination look. All right, so let's go draw a book using math, which is probably not the right way to do it, but that's fine. Nobody told us we had to do things the right way. We do it the way we want. So what I've got here is a Python script called layout math. And for each object, I basically, well, let's see, there's a, you can talk perspectives. If you look at the game scene, everything has this 45-degree angle. If you look at like most games, you're going to see like a 120-degree isometric angle for like a 2D pseudo 3D world. And what we're doing is the 45-degree because everything is looking at its face on and isn't tiles. So we're doing a 45-degree angle. So there's no real perspective. It's all orthographic. We're faking the depth. So that's what this isometric angle is. We did for a while have isometric width and height angles for that 120-degree angle, but it just didn't look right. The 45-degree looked better. Then we're actually going to write out a new Python file, which we can then run from Inkscape, which is a vector drawing program. So here's how we draw a polygon. Here's how we draw a rectangle, which is a special version of a polygon. Here's a cube. So we can fake that 3D cube look by drawing a front, top, and right polygon. Export the image. So if we go down to Notebook, we have all our colors. We're going to create a copy of Notebook. We're going to rename it Closed Notebook. And here where we have Notebook will be Closed Notebook and Closed Notebook. And maybe someday we'll break this up into files or make it more logical or something. I don't know. We'll think about it. Okay, so ultimately the colors will be the same, spacing, the page height will be the same, the cover height and depth will be the same. The cover width is derived, that's fine. And here is where it all changes. Because we're going to draw it with some fake depth. Well, that's not quite right, is it? That's not what we're doing. Oh, we are let's see. Okay. Um, I'm just trying to create a picture of what I'm thinking here. I think it's easier to explain that way. So we're going to see the pages. It doesn't like have to be perfect, but something like that. So we're gonna have this rectangle, which is the front cover. This is the spine. This is the bottom cover. And here are the pages. Now, nice thing is, everything except this front cover should be the same as what we did before. So the bottom cover, the spine, and the pages, we just ignore the top cover for now. I think it's exactly the same as what we had before. One reason we're going to break this apart is because all of these constants will be different. The width and height of the whole image is going to be different. So let's just see what that cranks out. So we go to this one. We're going to go into Tools. We're going to run our layout. Oh wait, what are we doing? This is the open notebook. Means that all of these I'm afraid they have to be updated. These are constants that we compute, and then we can print them out and copy paste that into our C++ code. Okay. Yeah, a lot of this math is not correct anymore for the closed book version. Closed, open, 1, 2. Okay, dot slash, without math. We're doing the open notebook. Output temp dot by. One thing we do want to do is in notebook. Place all of those. Oops, not notebook count. Okay. So in here, so what we just did was we outputted this script. So here are all the styles we defined. Those are the colors. Some basic math. Here's the draw polygon function I showed you, the rectangle, the draw cube. Ultimately, it's going to draw 3 cubes, the bottom cover, the spine, and the pages. And we commented out the top cover. So this script we can now open in Inkscape. So let me change the screen a bit here in a minute once that comes up. Okay, well, we messed that up a little bit. It doesn't matter yet. When we did the replacement, we've got the last underscore there. Okay, so I've got Inkscape coming up. So let's share that screen. Oh, come on. Would you stop fighting? All right. Inkscape. Extensions render. Simple Inkscape scripting. So we've got our script loaded. There it is, temp.py. And if we apply it, we should get 4 books. And there's a whole bunch of the constants that are all wrong. So there it is. Okay. So I made this color not white on purpose so I could see if there were gaps. So we need to put that back to white. Okay, so that's part 1. And now we're just going to start iterating. Actually, let's see here. Let's move Inkscape. There we go. All right. Oh, this one too. Didn't go. This Inkscape's so huge. That's better. Okay. So when we draw the pages, white page, mid page. We never even made a dark page. Dark, mid, light. We want it to be slightly yellow. Human perception is interesting, but because of sunlight, we expect things that are well lit to have a slight yellow tinge because the color of the sun is yellow. And that means that if you don't put that yellow in, your eyes perceive white as slightly bluish. So there should be more red and green and not as much of that stuff. So let's dull this down just a scotch from A to 6, 3, 0, something like that. Okay. And what we want is the pages are front, top, and right. Alternatively, we can make dark mid, mid light, and then we just choose a different dark color. I actually kind of want to do that. Let's do that. Let's just take this one and this one and just make this a little darker. EA, B9, B6. We'll go AA. Okay, we're gonna try that. So we've regenerated our script, rerun our script, accept the output, and there we go. There are some notebook colors. Oops, wow, what? There it is. And overall, that doesn't look too bad. Again, this is not artsy art. This is, I want layout art so that everything aligns and I can compute how to space things and where it goes on the screen. So this isn't bad. Now we're going to draw the notebook cover here. standing up vertical. Is that basically it? Yeah, basically. Okay, so select everything. Oh, let's see here. Delete. Okay, so top page. Yeah, this is not at all what the top cover is going to be. You have to draw a cube. We're not cloning the bottom page anymore. Actually. Here we go. Okay. Now, the thing we want is basically to find this corner, which is 0 minus the cover width, cover height. I'm going to copy these colors into the closed notebook. Cover height is X. Our Y is going to be self.cover width. So we're taking this and rotating it 90 basically in our heads. Our width is self.cover height. And our height is our cover width. XY width height. And I think it's the cover depth. That's what gives us that isometric projection, is by telling it how deep to make it. So basically we define the front face, and here's the depth, and here are the colors to apply. Okay, we've got a new script. That one. This window. Okay. Apply our script. And it's in the right orientation and coloring in the wrong location. Move it up far enough. Is it actually line where it's supposed to be? It's okay if it's the last thing drawn or not, because I don't think it actually overlaps with any of the other components. This looks like it's oriented the way I want. Boom, perfect right there. That's where we want it. What? Back out. Zoom. That is an open notebook. Okay, the keyboard shortcuts for this are kind of killing me. I was using Blender earlier today, so I'm in like Blender mode. Okay, so it's probably just a matter of y needing to be negative. The reason we do all this in scripts is eventually, probably between projects, we're going to finish building out a nice little asset pipeline. Oh, that's the bottom cover. We need to add the height of the spine. Plus self dot cover height plus self dot page height. And of course, all this would be more efficient if I actually did the math like on paper, but we're on computer, so let's see. That's probably off by that one. Oh. So I guess the spine height is already great enough to, okay. So what I'm saying is the page height is it. Yep, that's it. Oops. There we are. This is it. Do it, don't do it. My mouse, why? Okay, you should, mid operation, you should 100% be able to cancel within like an escape or something obvious. Okay, so there's our new open notebook. Are I missing anything? The real secret is we want this corner here to remain in place when we open it. So when we switch our textures, we will have to reposition the notebook, which is not impossible. We just have to think it through a little bit. That's not too bad. Okay, so we can now generate these. That was the blue one. Color is blue. So we got green, orange, yellow. So we can go to temp.py. Where did it save that? I don't remember where that was saved. Active projects. Tools. Nope, we must have put it in here. Oh, we didn't write it out. Okay. So close. So in the layout map, here it is. Boom, boom. Now we output the file. We run our script. Now it's writing out the file. And there's the image. I don't remember where it writes it. Open notebook. So there it is, right there. I'm going to mark that as blue. We can open the temp script. And go with green. And run it again. There's our green open book. And it was generated, so underscore green. Orange. Run it. There's the orange one. Then we go get the yellow one. Yellow. Okay. Now, we're done with Inkscape for now. Oops. Okay. Delete. We're done with Inkscape for now. We're not going to save this. We're instead going to bring up GIMP. This is where we keep our actual layouts of our textures. The final textures will go in over the tops of these things. Okay. Layout scene elements 1. So here's our 4 closed books. We don't have to put these in any particular place. Where do we want it to? 560? Sure, seems good. Notebooks. Notebook blue, closed. Green, closed. We probably should have started off with proper naming from the beginning to distinguish them, but that's okay. Notebook blue, open. Orange, open. Yellow, open. Okay. We're gonna bring them in one at a time. Okay, so there's blue. And then I guess 840 seems like a good place. We'll bring in the green one next. Orange. Eventually, I'm thinking we may make a sprite sheet animation for opening the book. But the time is not now. So we're going to do that. So we've got all these layers now. And we can go File, Export UVs from Layers. Image name was Theme Elements 1. Okay. All right, so it outputted this file, UVs. So GIMP tells me exactly how to lay out these. Export as. Export. Replace. Export. Okay. So this text goes inside our asset pipeline images. Okay. Oops. I hate it when it does that. Okay. Because those are not valid characters where we're going. Save. Okay. Okay, so there are all the textures we need mapped out into a single texture. I think everything from here on out is just code. So we're gonna go back to Emacs. We're gonna embed our PNGs. What this does is it takes each image, gets the raw image data, and embeds it inside of a code file in our code. And also gives us some different methods to work with. So here are all the assets. Like I do not reference images by name. I reference them by enumeration. Each image can have its own enumeration, its own UV keys. So I don't have to store or look at or think about UVs. It's all computed by GIMP script that I wrote and then embedded here. And I can look them up by enumeration. And it does range check these. So if I loaded up a Scene Elements 2 image somewhere and I said, hey, take the UVs for bookshelf bottom panel, it will throw up and hate me and it'll make fun of me. Then a whole bunch of like useful information, the width and height of an asset, the name of an asset, if I wanted to print something out, UV stuff, some sprite animation stuff, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Kind of doesn't matter. So that's all been re-embedded, which means everything in Notebook needs to be updated. Plus index times 2. There we go. Is that going to just work? Do a full clean and rebuild since we regenerated everything. Okay. Mostly what we're looking for is it doesn't crash and the images look normal. Notebook blue is not a member. Oh, no, don't restart the build. Okay. There it is. Sandbox. Of course. Although this sandbox test kind of needs to go away now. It's basically done. Testing layout. Update, render, yeah, right there. Okay. My compilation failed. I think I fixed what was wrong. Oh. Oh. Need to clean. Okay. Because the scene manager object doesn't know that the scene object was updated, or the sandbox scene was updated. I suppose I could cheat. Where are we at? 315? Okay. All right. So things are working. If we're in notebook 1, we can go to notebook 2, back to notebook 1. We can copy it to orange. Orange can do its own thing. We didn't break anything. Yeah, we got to do the tile blocks and relay out this stuff soon. This is it's a problem. We want it to be clean and readable, and that is not what we have right now. But we've got to tackle one task at a time. So it's P or R. Now we know. BD logs. Okay. F or G. Blah, blah, blah. Serif. Okay, cool. Okay, so we didn't break anything. Now, notebook. We need to ask bool is open. Bool set open, set closed. M__ is open. Right after index x. Because you want to be able to open and close them. Okay. And let's do part 1. What we need set UV okay. Okay, M__ is open. Wow. If it's open. Actually, this is even easier. There, easy, done. As I noticed, when we sort things here in images, it went closed, then open, closed, then open. Actually, that can go away. It will be guaranteed to be open. This is guaranteed to be closed. Okay, anything else here? I think we're good. Notebooks. Actually, for int. x equals 0. Next less than m underscore deduction. Oh, it's here. What's it called? Something equals 4. Notebook count. Index equals m underscore deduction space index. Okay. Ooh. Now, it's not going to be pretty because we haven't resized or repositioned the book to handle the new texture size. That's going to happen soon. But we just want to make sure that it flips the textures on and off at the right times, and even if the open texture looks stupid. Not too shabby so far. I think it's pretty unshabby. All right. Oh, great. Cool. Copy paste. All right, easy rebuild. Hey, it's not scaled right, but it is there. If we click this one, it changes which one's open. Perfect. Now I just have to change the position and size, and we're good to go. What? Notebook. That's it? So far that's all fine. I think this is the key to the last little bit there. Okay. We can get the UV size from the image warehouse here. Hit UV size. of the. Okay, fine. Load width, height, and height. Pretty sure that's how that goes. Set a fine size. Then we just need to move by some amount. Um, um, even kind of means we don't need those at all, because we set book index. We get the key from the index. We set the textured key. We get the width and height, and do that. To a large degree, this is all the same. So let's write a little helper. We're doing this in 3 different places. So void set UV key. Notebook. Okay. Set UV key. Yeah, but it's simplification for us. Very nice. We'll simplify it a tiny bit more. Okay. Anything else we need to do here? Just make sure we didn't break it. And then we'll work on the repositioning of things, which should only happen on open and close. We start in a closed state for everything. Oh, look at that. It came in where the X and Y are still correct. So this is lined up here, and this corner here is where the spine should be. So we need the cover thickness, and then we need the difference in heights. That's it. Cover thickness was computed, or let's see here, it was part of our output, right? Oh, we did not actually write it out. But it's fine because we know what it is. We can fix our script later. Open notebook. Cover height is 8 pixels. Cover thickness. And then we need an m underscore delta height. Equals scaled 8 pixels. Delta height. This should be a fun one. Image warehouse. This is our float. So float width, height 1, height 2. Get UV size. Of the blue one, image warehouse, UV key, notebook, blue, open, width, height 2 of the closed one. Delta height equals h2 minus h1. The open closed, yeah. The open one is taller than the closed one. Cover thickness. I think that's everything we need. So over here, when we open the book, you have to move it by cover thickness. When we open, we need to move up. Minus m underscore delta height. And that. Conversely, this one should move by this amount. Okay, let's try it. What are the odds? What are the odds? So what we want is that bottom spine corner to be in the same location in open and closed. Everything else should be the same. All right, here's open.
Get off. You touched that while she did not. Why are you not?
Okay. Compile seems to be working. Run it. We go into play mode. And that blue notebook is actually very nicely positioned. We do this. Select a bunch of letters. Copy. We might want to move this letter set up. Oh, look at that. How cute. Okay. We don't have to move up a lot either. Let's just go to game scene. Do layout. Reduced letters. Rectangle X, Y. The Y. We'll just do that. We just move that one row of letters up a bit. That's basically the height of the letter itself. All right. PQRST. Okay. Whew. Okay, so that one's done. Open book version of an image. Notebooks now have an open book version. The layout adjustments are automatically. What else? Anything else? That was actually relatively straightforward, so. Yeah, I guess that's it. All right, we're gonna add everything. Remove assets, images. We don't need these raw images anymore. No, but blue, open. Green. Oh. Reset, restore staged. Assets, images, notebook, blue. Green. Orange. And yellow. rules few of these. Okay, everything else should be staged.
You left the door open.
What? Green, orange, yellow. There we go. Opening and closing notebooks. Done. Nice. Okay. That should be very easy for Bill to see regardless of color which notebook you're in. In the final art, we'll probably have like a number on the front cover. 1, 2, 3, 4, so you can talk about them by number instead of by color. Probably in black. That should be fine. Awesome possum. Pen. We are not animating the notebooks yet, but I think it's coming together nicely. So I'm going to close up GIMP. I think we're done with GIMP for now. There's no reason to keep it open. And the moves between notebooks. I kind of want animated as well, but so this pen, I am no artiste, so if we make a circle that's 12 pixels, another circle that's 12 pixels, then we just draw a joiner between them. Where is, I guess we're going back to inks. Okay. We'll do this one manually. It's not really a cuboid. I don't have the chops for that. One thing we can do is run the notebook again. JTL, how are things coming along today? Well, let me show you. There we go. So we've got the notebooks, and the notebooks are open if you're selecting them. So if, notebook 1 has those words, we can right-click on green to copy the contents of blue into green. And we can switch between them. So if we take green and select some letters, we can have them all working in notebooks. And I think, yeah, all the clicking on the notebook works pretty well. Right up to the Right up to the edge. So yeah, things are coming along nicely. These notebooks are actually starting to come together. I think we're gonna put a pen on a notebook. I think that's my plan. Yeah, we'll have to come back around to notebooks later for animations, make it rotate. But for now, that is looking a lot better than the number 1, 2, 3, 4, and the letter C underneath them that we had before this week. So much better. How are you doing today, JTL? I don't remember how any of this stuff works. So I come over to, actually, can I just turn on Inkscape? There it is. Okay. Ellipse tool. Fill, stroke. Whoa. It's gonna be, how big is it? How do I measure things in Inkscape? Fine, working on car issues. Yeah. It's unfortunate. I hate it when the cars don't work. Oh, here we go. Change. Okay, so we're going to 6 and 6. So that should be a 12 pixel circle in theory. I don't like that I can't escape this. I don't even know what this tool does. Thank you. Escape should drop the current tool. Why? Why? Why are you such a... Ugh. Okay. I figured out a way to trick it to stop. So duplicate. I'm just going to move it somewhere. Does that look like a good dimension for a pen? Sure. Now we need a rectangle whose width will be 12. And height of 64, sure. You want to rotate. How do I rotate? Where's the rotate? Oh, rounded corners. I see. I don't want rounded corners. We do want a gradient. Back to white. Something like that. This one gets the same gradient. Can I copy the gradient? How do I copy the gradient? Oh, there we go. So this one can have gradient 1. Okay. Now this thing, I need to rotate object. Rotate arbitrary amount. Trying to learn GNU cache, huh? I have never used it. Is it any good? Object transform rotate. Object transform rotate. There we go. 45, negative 45. There we go. I'm just going to turn this into a tube. Right there. Huh. With this 12. 6 and 6. Okay, well, whatever. Object. Raise to top. There. That will be our pen. I think that's the pen. Oops. Okay. Oh, come on, really? There we go. Oh, we don't need to save that. File, export. The selection. Background color should be alpha. Shoot, oh wait, DPI. We were doing like a DPI of 300 or something in this script, weren't we? Yeah. Export. Oh, we weren't really specifying. Okay. I guess the DPI doesn't really matter here. 219. PNG is fine. Desktop, active projects, word sleuth, assets, images. Pen.png. Hopefully that's it. Which I guess means I need to bring it back up and add it to a texture. It's free, seems good enough for small business accounting. Okay, all right. Good, good. You're not just gonna go straight to Excel, huh? All right. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. What am I doing? I need to get my snack running here. Let me get this texture up and Let's get a snack run going. Oops. Yeah. Scratch. Snack run. Still got jalapeno poppers. My kids haven't eaten them all, so I gotta keep getting them snacks. I'll be right back. theory, if I can get the right window here, we can turn on GIMP. I should be able to add this image. And pen. That's actually quite a bit larger than I thought it would be. It can go somewhere about there. It kind of doesn't matter, but you know. Okay. Layer, we can scale it down. What does 50% look like? Maybe more. Maybe like, oh, what percent? Need to scale it even smaller. 25%? That's about what it should look like. That does not need very much room, actually. Seems good. Oh, it's not very big. Okay, well, export UVs from layers. Scene elements 1. Okay. UVs. All we really need is the pen. Where did the pen go? Reload. Where is it? Images. Perfect. 55 pixels. Embed the images. Okay. Notebooks. Need a texture quad with a pen. Set texture to scene elements 1. Set UV to 10. Open and closed. We're not going to worry about that just yet. Yeah, sure. So pen move by 0 delta value. Same. Don't worry about that just yet. Two. Oh, so that's the layout. So put this at notebook XY and dot. Set rectangle. Do I get UV size anywhere? I should, it's so handy. Oh wait. Here we are. X. Is it a float X? Image warehouse. Get UV size for the pen. Image warehouse. UV key pen into X and Y. Never mind. WH. These are widths and heights. Width, height, rectangle, notebook X, notebook Y, width and height. So basically the end of the pen should be at the off the edge of the book. It's fine. Okay. Oof. Okay. All right. I don't see the pen. Set texture, set UV. Hair. Pen. Hmm. Don't see a pen. Relative to any of these books. Very strange. Where did it go? Huh. Hmm. Huh. Well. This is odd. Where did that pen go? $9.68 and 25, give or take. What? $9.69, 125. Sure. Hmm. Hum. Okay. Okay, well, here's what we're doing then. Notebooks 0 dot rectangle dot x. Width and height. Now width equals renderer scale the width and the height. Pen size. So where is it? I said notebook 0, X and Y. So that should be like this corner right here. All right. Move by move by where is it? Where's the pen? Uh, maybe like notebook yellow clothes or something. Is it just a visibility issue? I know the yellow UV works. It should work the same. There it is. It's right there. So there should be a pen right there, like right there. Okay, and it drops just fine. Maybe just do that. Oh, I know what's going on. Thank you, GIMP. We shall export the file. We exported the UVs, but not the file. So our PNG is out of date. So it's looking in the rectangle I told it to, but there's nothing there. That's the problem. Okay, now this is easy fix. CD tools in slash embed png.pnc. You got that. Okay. Right. Now it will render things. Okay. There's a pen. All right, so one, need to set its position relative to a notebook. I don't. I want it moved forward a little bit, and then more centered as an end position. How much? Half the front width? Is that a number I have? Let's see. Notebook. I do have front face width, front face height. Yeah, but front face width. Game scene. Set rectangle. And I'm going to move forward by like a third of it, maybe. And X offset. That Y, I'm just going to add a little bit. Let's render scale 6 pixels. I'm just pitching right now. We're not going to assume we've got it correct. Just throwing in a couple of offsets. Right there. There we go. Okay. So we can move forward a bit more even. Or we could center the pen roughly with respect to, okay. Minus M pen dot, oh. Alright, so nx is this x plus this plus M and rectangle width divided by 2, or minus. Let me try that. Okay, slowly. Yeah. Move that pen down a couple more pixels even. But we can now move it arbitrarily relative to, well, not arbitrarily, we can moves by the width of the notebook and the spacing. Okay. Okay, I think what we need is a move pen to notebook function. Move pen to notebook index. Alright, assert that index is greater than equal to 0. Assert that index is less than no notebooks, notebook count. That's the one. Okay. Book bottom edge equals book rectangle. Oh, actually, let's do a const rect book rectangle. Okay, y plus h. Never want p left. If the book is open, left edge plus equals cover thickness, which I don't think I'm exposing right now, so notebook. Just to move it over a bit. If we have the bottom left corner, we can lay out the pen relative to that. We also need the book front width. Now we should be able to do this. Like when we first start up a level, we just want to snap the pen wherever it is, and then no big deal. And animation, we'll come back to that shortly. Plus, it's probably true. Let's start with false for now. Okay. So wherever the pen is, it. Oh, we can get the front face right as well. Okay. Are these all scaled? Okay, these are already scaled. Good. Okay, then underscore and dot move to book left edge plus book front width minus pen rectangle dot width divided by 2. And the pen will be book bottom edge minus pen rectangle double pen x pen y. The bottom edge minus pen rectangle dot height. So move the pen up the height of the pen plus renderer scale 4 pixels ish. Right. This will not animate anything unless we want it to. And not set rectangle. Okay. Not rows. Okay, we're gonna see how that looks. Oops, got an error. Okay. Okay, positioning is not great, but it is moving between the notebooks now. So we gotta move that up the front page thickness. Y. Oh, plus. Book. Front height. Actually, I think that should work. Okay. Okay, that's close. I'd like to move that further over. That edge. Left edge of the book plus half the width of the book front minus half of the pen's width. Should put me pretty close to the center of the book. Left edge plus half the book front minus half the pen width. Times 0.666. It's all isometric, so it's not like there's an exact number that we're looking for here. 45 degree angle makes it a little bit more fudgy as you move around on that surface. That looks okay. Boom. Now there's a pen. It's not animating, but it is a pen. Okay, pen animation. There is this is in next level. Next level, okay. Show deduction space. Now what? That's the default, it should be true. Now, block the pen. There's like a whole bunch of tags somewhere. 10. Animation or action sequence. An action sequence with one action in it. Oh, we need an animation. Sequence. Set play animation. Set duration. Let's make it nice and slow so we can watch it. Set. Let's see here. Set start mode. Unique weight. Set tag. Which is this one? Okay. Now I just have to set up the animation. On and out. Maybe? Okay. What else are we doing? We want to move from current location. The current notebook it's on. Do it this way. Come on. Show. No. space index. There we go. Okay. If index is equal to the current deduction space index, we don't need to do anything. Otherwise, we do this stuff. We need x0, y0, x0 equals. Oh. We need to compute two of these. Mm-hmm. And x and y. That's not entirely true, is it? Ooh. The only time this gets at all tricky is in the animation. Book 0, book 1 plus equals underscore deduction space index. Book with book 0. No. So this is basically current and next. I've got them backwards. Therefore, we shall unbackwards them. Need this one. This case. That's why we did that. Okay, cool. Okay. We're going to move along a circle. Or we can jump up. What do we want to do? Kind of like a circle. I like circles. I like the way the circles look. Swap deduced letters. If we're using animations, blah blah blah, colors, we're not doing colors. We find our center points. X center, Y center. Which is basically what we're doing there. Duration, easing method, range, 0 to 1. Of all sorts of things. And we have to know which direction we're going. That's basically it, right there in a nutshell. Set range 0 to 1. Index 1. Index doesn't matter. And rectangle width. So our center X. As we have X0. There. Pardon me. It's X1 plus X0 divided by 2 plus and rectangle dot width also divided by 2. So we should distribute that through. Y center. It's basically why not and rectangle height. Okay. X not Y not, X1, Y1, center XY, width, half the width, half the width. Okay. So W over 2 equals and rectangle width divided by 2. Same for height. Yeah. So our radius x naught, y naught is where the center of the object lies. Is that correct? Radius center, x plus, no. Okay, so we go from x1 plus half the width minus that. That gives us a radius of rotation. X is our radius times cosine of some value times pi, y, etc. M n move to and we might want to. So what we have is when we're swapping the two letters, one of them goes over, one of them goes under. We want this one to center plus x minus half minus half. Okay. I don't know, we're just gonna try it. That should be close to what we want. Book one. Oh. If index is less than deduction space index. Okay, what else? Oh, that's right. In count. It's like my favorite, my go-to, my normal easing curve or tweening function or whatever they call it these days. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Oop. Okay. Where I see x. Let's see. It's just going the wrong direction. Which means we should just flip a sign. Is that the case? Green. Nope. That was not what I wanted. Going from the wrong book to the wrong book. this value is 0. Maybe that'll fix it. Basically, we walk through time backwards. If it's going click, boop, 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 and boop. Oh, how cute. Okay, we can make that a lot snappier. Now we've seen it. There's no way that needs to be so long. And then see if it works when we click another book. Yeah, that movement, I think, draws the eyes. So we clear. Okay. Seems to work fine. Oh, good. Journal. Where are we at? 5:15. Added a pen for further indication of notebook selectedness as animation options. You could lift and move it. It doesn't have to go down. Let's just try it. If we go over the top, it looks like somebody might pick it up and move it over. That looks more natural. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, that's so cute. Boop. Yeah. Okay. I like that better, actually. Has animation options. Let's see here. Animation for notebooks, opening and closing. There we go. Overall, that was not too bad. Add everything. Restore the staged status of assets, images, head. Tools, UVs, text. Add a pen to the notebooks. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Okay. I think we're going to stop playing with notebooks for a little while. We do have to do this. Scene transitions. Okay, so I don't need this item here. Books on the shelf animation. Oh. Can't type apparently. Okay, I agree. Books on the bookshelf need to be animated. However, I'm going to pause for a brief restroom break, and then we'll get to it. Be right back. Okay, we are back. Now, books on the bookshelf. I have had thoughts about it. But I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I know, okay, I know the end effect. What I want, let's see. What I want is everything else falls down onto the screen. And these books come in and then slide into place on that isometric 45-degree angle. So the books all need to start off the screen, then slide in, and then stop and change direction. I don't think we can get that done in the time remaining. I also think this dark blue is a little bit too dark. Maybe that green as well. That orange doesn't do too bad. Okay. Those books would slide and slide. Whoa, pen. That got left, didn't it? So that went up and came down. What? How did it get stuck up there in the first place? Oh. Is it when I do this? Oh. That's it. Okay, so there's a bug. Bug. It doesn't have to be a bug. We can go to finish level. Move pen to notebook 0. Oh no. Next level. Move pen to notebook 0 and do not animate it. Let's take that for a quick test drive. Seems like an easy fix. So if we've got it in a different notebook, cheat. Oh, that was wrong. And then it's still wrong. Oh, darn. Okay, well, let's put it in our to-do list. Bug if pen is not on notebook 0. When the level changes, it gets broke. There we go. Good enough. Parts of it, I know why. Pen to notebook. Then does the pen get moved down over time? Right. So we start a sound. We immediately put the pen on top of the notebook. Where's the animation? Where is the everything moves down? Oh, if it's the first time, move everything up. Otherwise, and it's moved. I don't like that pop there.
I'll watch it. I'll make it.
And then it's wrong. Okay. I know why it's wrong. I just okay. Forget it. Come back to it later. We need to look at the. We don't have that long. We've got like 15 minutes. So maybe this is actually better than starting on the bookshelf animation. Probably. It's the first time we do that. Yeah. We call this. An inopportune moment. Maybe just do that. Then actually, regardless of what we do, we move it to the notebook. Then we drop it with everything else. Or alternatively, oh, no. Okay, there's the pen. Very nice. Cheap. That just popped right over to the blue. I don't like that. somewhere else. We're moving the pen to the notebook. Somewhere else. Not here. This is not the problem. Finish level. Moves up with the notebooks. Show deduction space. Copy deduction space. Alright, so we can accuse one of these bad boys. Nope. Gosh, I hope that's not the one. So why is it popping over before the animation to go up is done? Thought that was all in finish level. Things fly up. It should fly up with everything else. Somebody is calling that where I don't expect them to, and that someone is me because I'm in this mode. Play. Okay, it drops on just fine. Oh, there it goes. It just pops. Pop. Okay. Did the notebooks also change? Nope. And two notes. Um, it goes finish guess submitted. Okay, it goes up. And it came down, but on the wrong book. So when we go up, move by, this is the finish level. Then we wait. animation to drop things. Is all of this? Set immediately. Deductions, etc., etc. Or let's see here. Move pen to notebook 0 with no animation. I think it goes in there. Okay, there's the book. It goes up. I better come down on the blue one. There it is. Okay. Phew. Woof. Too many things going on in that sequence, really. Fixed bug with pen during level transitions. Move pen wasn't being called at the right time. Now it is. New notebook. Number 1. No, number 1. There we go. To do. The 2 things animation. Right now, actually, scene transitions. It's moving way up my list. I don't want to, but add letter tiles to the games. That one's gonna be a pain. That's probably gonna take me a full day. So we just get it done with tomorrow and worry about animations. It's the sprite animation. Kind of don't want to do yet. We have the tech for it. I just drawing all those sprites is you know, it's a thing. Bug. Okay. We've still got more mediocre. Oh, we do need to add letter tiles. We need to add banner to the game scene. That comes after letter tiles. That's less important. Okay. Anything else we're missing here? Button facelift is slowly moving up my list of things to do. I'm not sure we're gonna have any doodads. Let's take a look. So, like, the word tiles will be here. The banner will drop here. But, like, there's a little space here and here where nothing is. There's a little space here. Maybe on the edges of the bookcase. Maybe down this panel. Maybe a little chalk drawing here. Like there are corners and bits we can fill in with doodads, but it is not as much as I would have hoped. Yeah, we'll have to see. Doodads. I do want to do doodads. Little things you can click on. About scene, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's not that big of a deal. Okay. Honestly, we're looking pretty good. This has come a long ways in just 2 days. That looks so much better than what we had at the start of this week. So much better. Okay. Prime toads. Spade. Sometimes you do have to play the game just a little bit, check it out, run the systems. Punch toads, human, waste rhino, crowd lines, BD, logs. Oh, interesting. LOS. Okay, let's copy. Then we're gonna do rhino H, N not O, H not O N, not H N O. All right, looking for contradictions. D would have to be in. Those are all out. T and A are in, which means there's a contradiction. So green is erased. What else we got here? U and D. T A S L A C L T. L or C. Therefore A has to be in. Therefore not B. And demon is invalid. So it's got to be the yellow notebook. Therefore, it's L or C, therefore A has to be in. No BD. N O N. T and S go away. L is in. And F G is my last letter. Not C. F or G. Meme tells me it's G. Oy, oy, oy. Overall, things seem to be working quite well. Lagging. Load. No, gloom is a word. What? It doesn't know the word gloom? My library doesn't know it? Shame on me. I better go add that, actually. Ooh. Assets. Words. GLOA. Loom. Yikes. How does it know that word? Doesn't help me here anyways. Do along. I should have figured that one out. Doesn't matter. Okay, so things are in good shape. Systems are looking in the condition. The journal, we did get a good amount done. The notebooks look great now. Or at least much better. The animation of the notebooks is still pending. And to do, the letter tiles are really moving up to top priority. The new banner the game scene should be an easy-ish thing. Animating the books on the bookshelf. If we can get those 3 done this week, we'll be in good shape. Sprite animation, I don't know if that's my highest priority. Scene transitions is going to be a bigger item. We no longer have those issues. Playback needs 2 pink colors. That's more important than a sprite animation. That's a bug. We can take care of that on like a Monday. We'll see about this one after we get the tiles into the game scene. That's the most important font layout. So, all timer, golf score, title, page poster, not that interested. A button facelift. That's one that I've got pending for a long time. It doesn't affect any functionality though. Yeah, if we can get through here, the next 2 weeks, week and a half, 2 weeks, then we'll be in actual polishing phase, like the yeah. We need more sounds. More sounds needed. And we don't really have a list of what those sounds are. For example, switching between the deduction spaces, it would be nice if there was a page turn sound, maybe. Page turn on notebook. Change. Yeah. All right. So things are looking pretty good. Lots to work on. None of it's scary. Just gotta do it and keep track of it all. Because you cannot drag a project on forever. You have to hit a finish point eventually. Two more days. The letter tiles are going to suck, actually. They're going to be a big pain. I already know that. The banner won't be hard. Animating the books on the bookshelf. Not trivial, but there's questions about who owns what and where it goes. This part is just playing around. Not hard. This is simple. Just make a new pink color. Or new pink shape. Yeah, we'll think about it. Cursor not scaling correctly. Yeah. You have some scaling issues there. This, I don't want to do it, but I may have to. Oh, Giuseppe 3024, thanks for the follow. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just going over the to-do list and trying to get things prioritized and clear in our heads what we're working on for the rest of the week. We're kind of in the polishing phase. All the features are there. We just need to polish it, make it nicer. So, for example, things animate, but not the notebooks opening and closing. And that's partly because we don't have 3D art. This is all 2D. But the functionalities are all there. We've laid out our new art for most things, except for these words don't line up with the bookshelf anymore and need a colored a letter tile behind them. Things like that. So we're fixing up as we go. But in general, things are coming together quite nicely. That one shouldn't be there, but that's fine. So we've got our high scores working okay. So like scene transitions, those sorts of things, like that was setting, let's see, high scores had a transition in and out, but about has an in, but not an out. So that's another one. Main menu has no transition. So we've got a lot of like polishing to do, but things are generally working out quite nicely. So you're kind of caught us right at the end. Saw your YouTube channel. Oh, thanks. Yeah, YouTube. We post every video on YouTube. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Thanks for joining the stream live. You probably know enough that I just code stream of consciousness until somebody asks a question. So feel free to jump in. Yeah. You can get it raw and unfiltered here. Not that I've been censored by YouTube. They did try to copyright claim me for music, but I don't play music, so that was a pretty easy one to contest. Gotta love those bots. Yes, I am using Emacs. I run my shell through Emacs. I'm on Windows, but everything kind of has a Linuxy flavor because I'm running MingW or MSys2, and then run everything through Emacs and Bash shell. So it doesn't look very Windowsy. Yep. Why are you a Max user, Emacs user, or a Vim user? I'm on an old Emacs. Goodness gracious, 2021. I don't really update my software until I need to. I don't like it when things force me to update. Yeah, there's a sort of a loose plan between games. Once we get this one done and shipped, I have some little Vim. Usually use VS Code. Yep. My general opinion is I don't care if it's Vim or Emacs, but you should learn one or the other. It's a steep hill to climb, but I think that becoming a power user with one of them is worth the effort. But anyways, between games, I'll probably be doing some like more beginners programming stuff. I have some nephews and whatnot that have expressed interest, so something a little less intermediate targeted, a little more beginner targeted. My thoughts on computer science programming at the intro level. Then probably do like a rebuild of my Emacs setup. There's a lot of bit rot in that setup that hasn't been changed significantly in a long time. So kind of a chance to show people here's what Emacs is, here's how you set it up, here's the kinds of things you can do with it. So you might get a nice overview of Emacs if you stick around till the game is done. But yeah, so let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, like I said, we're kind of in wind it down mode for the day. Just looking over my tasks and priorities. More sounds needed. Yeah. And yeah, just basically the plan is over the next 10 years to build a gaming empire, which I can rule, have my own minions, a hot tub, and maybe drive a decent car finally. I'm hoping to make a little money before that, though. Be nice if something turned on before the 10-year mark. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go get a real job again. Oh, goodness. So, yeah. Welcome aboard. Welcome. The button facelift, yeah. We went through buttons went through an interesting history. We started off with 5 color quads with text on top, which was efficient. Now we're doing. There are 3 textures and like 9 UVs to map out our button to all the different regions, and it still looks the same as that crappy 90s Windows buttons. But that was fast and easy and expedient to get up and running. But now that everything is on a chalkboard, all of our scenes are on a chalkboard. Everything's on a chalkboard, so we kind of want like a chalky outline, I think, and doing the text over again in that chalky text, like yeah. So it looks like chalk. That's our next plan, or one of the plans for the buttons. They're going to have that chalky look, like they were drawn on the board. So that's what that one's about. Trying to think. Yeah, the doodads are going to be fun for like holidays and things. Have a Christmas tree, jack-o'-lantern, that sort of thing. Things you can click on and interact. Yeah, anytime. Thanks for joining. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. Any other task I want to tackle? Actually, this is the next task. This is what we need to tackle tomorrow. So we're going to lay out the words for the new bookshelf and use letter tiles. And that's going to mean we're going to have to update some animations. Probably also going to have to change the texture quad batch object. So that's going to get a little bit messy. And that's part of the fun. So layout words for our sandbox layout. Add tile resizing ability. Not tile. Texture quad batch. Quad count resize. Quad count changeability. Animate tiles like letters. Yeah, so that's going to be a fun one. Tomorrow, this is probably where we're going to spend a lot of our time. It may not be that bad. Maybe we can get more than this done tomorrow. But the tiles and laying those out properly is definitely a big item. None of those words line up with the bookshelf right now. Okay, thanks again. Everyone have a wonderful evening. I'm going to go... I'm going to go play some D&D tonight. See you all in the morning. Well, whatever your time zone is. See you tomorrow. All right. Bye-bye.